Well, hello, and welcome to the stream. I'm Andy Arconix, Alu the Crow, Alucard MG36, and many other names. And today is July 20th, 2022. It is a Wednesday indeed. Hopefully you're all doing well. Summers, what's going on? Lily, how are we doing? Shy, how's it going? How are we all doing tonight, Chad? Hopefully we're all doing well. And hopefully everything is going well for all of us. Man, imagine. Now, I know I've been saying it for a bit. And, of course, I'm in the process of, moving. But here's the problem. 8 days out from your birthday. Happy early birthday, Summers. Credit scores are a fucking scam. And they're a relatively recent invention. They're bullshit. I'm not just saying that for personal reasons. I'm saying that in general. They're 100% bullshit. So we're going to start out the stream strong with that opinion. Lurky-ish playing Monster Hunter Rise with fiance and a friend. Nice. But yeah, we're starting off with the strong opinion that credit scores are bullshit. And that having to go through them multiple times are just ridiculous. And also the fact that when you go to pull them, to go and open up a new line of credit, it lowers your credit score. Even if it's only been once in 6 months or once in a year, when you go and get that checked for opening a new line of credit, such as a mortgage, it can lower your score by up to 20%. It's ridiculous. Now, that did happen to me, but still, the point is that, what the fuck? This is some horse shit. But on top of credit scores being just bullshit, I think just the whole general credit industry is kind of ridiculous in more ways than one. And yes, people do get confused between multiple people and people who are dead and things like that. But, it's kind of crazy when you go and pull a credit score for somebody and the website that they're looking at tells them, this is the exact score. Hey, this is the score that you currently have. And then when you actually go and pull that up as a bank or something, it gives you a ridiculously lower score or a ridiculously higher score. And I don't understand why it can't just maintain its consistency. Credit scores are a scam. Rack City, thank you for the follow. Alvarez, thank you for the follow. Autumn RC, thank you for the follow. And Deodent, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen Den, all of you. Hopefully you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you don't mind me talking about current political situations before I go into coding like an absolute potato. Oh, everything. You know what isn't a scam, though? Boba tea. That shit is delicious. Hell yeah. All right. Anyway, chat, we have a few plans for tonight to hopefully go and get some things done. One of the things that we're going to try and do is we're going to go and try and work on this new JSON API standard library that I've been trying to come up with in my downtime in between work production and just regular stream hours. It's pretty much just going to be another essential class library. And it will enforce a JSON API standard to a certain point. And if you're unfamiliar with that, you can just go and search on it in Google, JSON API. But you've probably heard me mention it before. It's a type of hypermedia standard. Hypermedia meaning that it's a way of loading resources along with links to just essentially go and adjust them as time goes on. Kind of a way to reduce HTTP requests for a particular object, along with allowing you to load related resources contained within their own relationship objects, as well as defining a strict set of standards for how JSON is supposed to take shape. And with this, the idea is that it's supposed to be a relatively simple and easy to understand way for APIs to communicate with each other, but also a relatively easy way for the developer to come through and understand what they're being given. It's supposed to help make things particularly agnostic when it comes to coding and platforms. You know, by simply just writing it off to strings in JSON, and there's only so many ways you can deserialize JSON. It helps you essentially facilitate the communication between an API that could be written in some strange language and what you're trying to pick up into, which could be written in, you know, your standard language of choice. There's a whole lot of different reasons to apply to such a strict standard, and there are many other standards out there. There's like HateOS, there's just the original hypermedia standard. There's many more going on there. Caden, what's going on? You know, there's a whole lot of different things out there that you can actually go and work with when it comes to just manipulating your API to go and produce JSON data. Other things that can actually work out for you are going to be just simply the ways that, you know, we might stream that result back. And so one of the things that we're going to look at is we're going to look at, and I'm sure you've seen me do these before, you know, view models and view model collections. Those are making a return. But one of the things that we're going to be looking at with them is, of course, going to be the idea of just being able to stream them back from the caller into, well, stream them back into the caller that we would actually use to essentially subscribe to an endpoint. So that's what we're going to try and do. And we're going to go and try and finish these off. And we're going to see if maybe record types will work, or if even read-only structs will work for a lot of this information. But I have a feeling we're going to have to keep these as immutable reference types just for clarity and simplicity. Also, we might take a look into some of the ways that we could use source generators, which are a really nifty feature. It's essentially code that writes code. Based off of a provided template, and it's a really nifty feature, of course, to use when you're essentially writing a class library like this. Because one, it's essentially compile time safety and compile time performance, so all the code is available at compile time. But two, it's pretty nifty in the sense that, you know, once you establish a template, the rest is just up to the caller to define it. So it's a pretty nifty way of just going about things in C# and just in a lot of languages in general that we're going to go and try and implement. But we'll see how other things work out for us. Yeah, code that codes. Kind of. You know, you have to provide it with the specifics, but eventually it will... Caden, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. There's also in certain groups known as contracts. Well, contracts are a little bit different. It's not necessarily the same thing. Also, chat, in case you haven't noticed, we do have the charity label on top, as well as we're still raising money for mermaids. The charity that we're working with here is going to be for Girls Who Code. I highly recommend you go and check them out, but they're an organization trying to get more women into the field of software development and software engineering, which is a cause that I do stand behind. Because I feel like that's a bigger way to allow for us to have not just better acceptance, but better accessibility within software in general, is to just get more people of all genders within software development, because then we can have other perspectives, and that's always going to be a huge thing. So Shy, why do you always pick the worst times to do that? Yeah, so contracts could be a particular part of then why do you keep doing it? You know what? It's fine. Can't be angry. Anyway, so I'm just gonna disable those alerts. I think that's what I'm gonna do, or hide them behind bits. You know, price wall them. Nut. Those ones I'll keep, though. Alright. Anyway, chat. Boba nut. Yeah, exactly. Two things that feel good in your mouth. Anyway, so going back to source generators and just this idea that we're working with here. Part of our attraction to this, and part of our part of what we want to accomplish with this particular section of our library is, of course, just, the ability that it has to be extensible throughout. I mean, I don't know about boba, but the other thing, yeah, but so we want to essentially just have a way to extend our own libraries and extend our own things. Now, the next screen that I'm going to show, of course, is going to show some very interesting consequences of what some of the work that we has been doing behind the scenes. And this is something that's actually really cool that we really enjoy to see. But we're working on some other aspects of our software as well. And one of them is, of course, going to be verifications. So we're already verified NuGet package developers. We're already Microsoft verified partners. I guess the next logical step was to go and get this kind of verification, if you will. Which is pretty cool to me. And then, of course, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to try and see if we can get that LinkedIn verification for our organization. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. But anyway, you can see our repositories here. The one that we're going to work on pretty much today is going to be the JSON API standard implementation. But this all of these libraries that aren't like the Magic the Gathering viewer or the Yomicon security apps, they're going to culminate in our eventual Crow's Nest POS. And that is the end goal that we're developing here. And part of the idea here that we want to do is we want to deploy it not just as an application, but also maybe in particular as a WebAssembly theme for Shopify on our Shopify platform. Because as many of you know, the Elmenden isn't just me in an organization. It is also, part of my business, right? A little bit of self-promotion. But we have our own, of course, website that I want to replace with Blazor WebAssembly. So that's what we're going to try and do. Now, again, I mention, and I keep mentioning this JSON API standard. So what is that? Right? And it's essentially just a standard that defines a particular contract, right? That goes on. And one of the things that we're going to do is we're essentially just going to implement it in .NET. Now, this has already been done for a lot of people, but I feel like it's a good idea to always try and refresh it and maybe give ourselves some good practice trying to do it ourselves, right? And there's a certain amount of standards here that, you have to apply. For example, as you can see, everything here occurs with the words must not, or may. All right? These are all part of a specification, and this is kind of what makes specifications strict. And the other thing here with this particular spec is that it's an add-only spec, right? They will only ever add strategies. So that's kind of the idea. And one of the things that we're going to do is we are, of course, going to essentially just work with how we want to go and define our particular models that we're going to work with. So one of the first models that we typically conquer is going to be this link model, right? And so the link model is going to have some sort of name, href, and a meta, particular part of meta information to it, right? And so I've talked at length about this, but one of the things that we want to make sure that we do, and I'm going to close this window out because we're not actually going to work with that project. Let's go and open up our other solution. Open project or solution. And let's come down to the shared.json API. Now, I want to point out here, too, that I've also kept the naming relatively consistent across all these. It's always going to be the Elmenden dot, and then the description of where we place it, and then the description of what it's actually doing, right? So I might have made a mistake by doing the shared library just being the Elmenden.shared, when really it should have been split off into each of its own separate concerns. But this is going to be the omenden.shared.json API, right? So what we're doing here is we're describing where it's going to be. So this is going to be in the shared namespace, and what it's going to be affecting, which is going to be our JSON API. And so before we continue too much down that path, let's go down into here and let's change our music up a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. And so as you can see, I've already started working on some of this. I've gotten some of the namespaces out here, and I've been looking at some of this too. And I think today we're just going to start off relatively small and unambitious. But the things that you'll notice that I'm doing here is that I'm using record types, right? I'm not using record structs. I'm using record classes, you know, the immutable reference type of it. It's a good song. It's actually one of my favorite songs by Scandroid. But anyway, one of the big things that you can see here, right, is that we are working with essentially just this standard. And just by adhering to the standard, we are, of course, you know, following up on some of the documentation. We are working on some of the, just the ideas behind it. And then we're going to be working with trying to manipulate this to get to our eventual goal, which is going to be our view models. Now, one of the things we're going to try and get to eventually is going to be with this idea of the JSON API. We should be able to construct a view model collection that is exposing an async enumerator to an endpoint. Meaning that when we actually go and pick it up, it should be able to allow us to retrieve the results of this collection in such a fashion that we can actually go and get the collection as the data comes in. So for example, if you have a long-running request, but you're still getting data, instead of doing like the task of IEnumerable of view models of T, right? If we're doing a view model of async enumerable, we should be able to get the view model and then siphon the data off as time comes in. By exposing the async enumerator, we can do that here, giving people another way of loading data, which is huge, which is going to be huge, and that is something that we should work with, because again, it allows for increased performance. And then of course we have the regular view model collection as well, and this is also a big deal because it allows us to essentially work with the idea that, you know, some APIs aren't going to support streaming of results, so we want to make sure that we can account for those, and then we have the standard view model as well. And you've seen me define these a few times, but what we're actually going to do here, in addition to just defining them, is we're going to actually go and define some of the relationships between them and how we actually go and set data and how we actually go and work with data. Now, some of the code I've done before, for example, when the Yomicon Security Ops application was just a standard API, and some of the work I've never done, right? Or I haven't done as completely. So, for example, one of those is going to be meta. Now, the meta object here, and this is going to be something that's defined in the standard that we want to take a quick look at. This is actually a particularly difficult thing to just go and define because it's kind of arbitrary depending on where you want to be. And that's why I have it set up in such a fashion that it works as a sort of dictionary between a string key and a JSON object, and then we just serialize that off. But notice that it's an inheritance structure, right? Instead of a simple, just essentially a one-to-one kind of deal. But the idea is that we want something that essentially will look like this at the end of the day. So in any case, it's a particularly rough implementation, but hopefully it actually works out for us. And of course, we have the relationships as well. We have a generic relationship and a non-generic relationship with a static create method, so that way we can always go and create a generic relationship with a particular idea behind it, links and meta information, of course. But again, there are going to be some things that we have to take into consideration. One of the other things that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go and actually do some, really, we're going to have to do, I don't want to say soul searching, but we're going to have to do some sort of error response searching for things that we want to do, especially when it comes to just part of the idea of model validation and how we can actually validate model state. Now, normally this would be handled by something on the client side of things, right? When we actually want to go and deserialize what we're actually doing here. But maybe it would be fruitful or beneficial if we go and find some other things to do that with too. Gecko, what's going on? Shy is a thief and a bully? Uh-huh. Shy is an absolute cutie, though. Just like you, Gecko. But notice, Gecko is very cute. But notice, chat, one of the big things that we're going to see here, one of the big concepts that we're going to see here is you're going to see this idea that all of these particular links that we're going to have are going to tie themselves down into the particular HTTP method calls, right? So with that in mind, what we're going to see is we're going to go and see a way for APIs to go and handle these particular definitions, right? And so one of the other things is going to be, well, now we have to strictly work with our particular response codes. And so while it is enough to essentially go and define some of these objects here, there are going to be some things that we can't define without a well-placed API. And that is, of course, going to be something that we need to go and figure out too, and how we're going to implement that. So this library isn't just going to be a set of models and view models, but it's actually eventually going to be, hopefully what we can do, and what I mentioned before with the source generators, is that it could actually be a way to generate a minimal API via source generation, and that's what we're going to try and experiment with. Now, source generators are a little bit limited now. I believe they still can only target the .NET Standard, which I think doesn't get nearly updated as often. I think it can only target .NET Standard 2, but I might be wrong on that. We'll have to look at that a little later. But the idea here is that the code that's going to, quote, write itself is going to be the idea that we can have a registration here. So that way, when we actually go into another project that needs to call an API, we can actually go, or create an API, we can actually go reference this particular library and then have the source generators create all of our endpoints for us at compile time. And that is going to be the real power here. That is going to be the significant driver for our application and our applications in the future. And so that's what we're going to be working on with this side of things. And hopefully this will become a very interesting project for us to work with. Now, one of the other things that we wanted to pay attention to, of course, is going to be part of this idea of what is known as the error handling and the error reporting. Because you know me, when things succeed, that's great. But when things fail, that's where we actually go and see some of the more interesting problems arise as to why they fail. And that's why our error object here, our error model, if you will, is so heavily detailed, because there's so many different things that can go wrong, right? And so it's also immutable, meaning that, you know, nobody else will be able to change it at the time of transit, or at least that's the idea behind it. I mean, there are ways to get around the immutability, but, you know, whatever. But this will allow us to essentially have some sort of lookup ID, a source of the error, the code, and then a title, detail, and links to other instances of the errors, as well as other information. Now, of course, what we're going to have to add as well is going to be some meta information, but we can go and do that later. Right now, I think this is pretty good. And then, of course, the source side of things is just going to be essentially the specific point where things fail. And then the parameter is just going to be a particular parameter used when the error was flagged. good enough. So that's kind of the idea here. And the other thing to keep in mind with this is that, again, when we go and define our view models, and we go and define how our view models are supposed to behave with errors, with links, with data, with relationships, we will actually be able to see that our particular errors and our particular sources of them will actually go towards this concept of view model state and to this concept of error model state. And that will be a huge win for us in the end. So that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to take some code that we have from other areas, and we're just going to essentially copy some of that over, improve on it, and hopefully streamline it a bit too. Now, again, as you've seen from my end of things, right, I don't mind copying code one way or another. I don't mind going forth and making sure that the code actually works. Why? Because, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I'm just simply not going to be thinking about and not going to want to understand. So we need to have some sort of actual way of doing things correctly with this idea that we can actually go and make sure that our particular way of handling things when it comes to just enforcing the standard can actually be consistent throughout our different apps and our different abilities to work with them. So one of the other things that we want to consider is taking a look at how we handled these old relationships, and notice that back at a particular point, they were a relatively amateurish way of doing things, I believe, at best, right? And now we have a little bit more of a robust way of handling things, especially one that allows us to generate relationships when we just need to get the particular class member there. So that'll work out pretty well. One of the things that we're going to do, of course, in a view model is we're going to have some sort of probably... well, actually, let's go and define a non-generic view model. Of a class view model. And then we'll have this inherit from view model. All right, and here we'll have some sort of public enumerable links, and then a private read-only list of links. And so we'll do that. And then we'll have a private read-only list of errors. And a public enumerable errors. Have that be equal to that, and that's fine. Now, you've seen me do this a few times before, right? Where we actually go in and define some of this here. Part of the work behind this, part of the way this will actually work and the magic behind it is going to be just simply how we want to go through and make sure that our data is, of course, consistent. Let's see here. Private const string self link name equals self. Self URL. That's fine. Do that. Target type new is so nice because it can be so confusing to people, and we love that. Shy's hacking Mario Party. Monkers. All right. So let's go and once again configure these things to actually work out the way we want them to. All right, so we're just gonna go and name some stuff here. We'll go and do that. Private. There we go. It won't be read-only, right? Because it should do that. And then we should be able to come down here and grab these. Because these are going to be huge. Going to grab this. Actually, does it even make sense to have a non-generic view model? No, it really doesn't, does it? Alright, let's go and copy all this stuff then. And we'll get rid of this. And we'll just paste that down there, and we'll do view model t data. And that should be it there. That's fine. Have that call this. We'll go and grab this bad boy. And we'll go and place this right there. Private read only, that's fine. Public, that's fine. Who cares? That's all set. We're good here. Set data value. Let's go into set data. T data. Sure. Oops. Ensure relationships are not null. There we go. Let's see here. Private, read-only, dictionary, string, relationship, relationships. Public, enumerable, or no, at this point it's going to be dictionary, of course. Relationships. Relationships. Perfect. Oh. Because I'm silly. There we go. Nice. Okay, that's pretty simple. We'll go and define our resources in a bit, but really, what this should do... Read only? Why did I make this read only? Why am I so silly? We'll do that. Okay, nifty. And we'll have that create a new instance just in case. You never know, it might not be... Essentially, we might not have anything there. Errors. Errors is read-only, but we don't want to do that. Errors equals enumerable.empty error. I do list. Okay, fine. We'll just do that. There we go. If errors is not null, relationships equals new dictionary. Do target type new everywhere we can. So on set data, we need to ensure that the errors have not been set. Set metadata is going to be meta. And then we come over here to, where the hell is meta? Oh, I guess I didn't add it. So we would do private meta. Public metadata. Get meta set metadata value. And then we'll give this a JSON property name to go and conform name of meta.toLower. Just kidding. Can't do that. Meta. Good enough. And just in case this wasn't clear enough, we can do this for most of these. Data. Relationships. Errors. Things. You don't have to. It might be easier to make things a little bit more explicit, but whatever. Who really cares? Not me, not your boy. All right, anyway, so let's come back over here and let's go and check some of this other stuff out. So notice that we had this add relationship method, but this is actually taken care of when you consider that, well, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to, of course, go and add this, but we don't need the type restriction. We don't really need anything else here. And actually, let's go and focus on these things, because this is going to be important too when we actually want to go and manipulate things within our particular model. So one of these is going to be, of course, working with this idea, right? That we need to go and actually add errors to it. But one of the other things that we're going to do is we're going to actually try and improve on this, right? And part of what we're actually going to go and try and improve on is just going to be how we actually go and add our errors to things. How we actually want to go and add errors to things, right? So let's go and do GUID.new GUID. Source we can grab at some other point. The message is going to be no. Actually, let's go and create an override for this, shall we? Public error, add error, GUID reference ID, source, string title, string details, int 32 status code. And pretty much everything that goes into an error we're going to define here. All right, and then we can do this. And then we can actually go and copy this out. Var error equals new error. And so that would be the reference ID, the source, status code, title, details, and then any sort of new links that we might want to add to it, which we'll get to in just a bit. Really, we should have these in the right order, so let's go and do that. Of our error details link equals new link self link name, and then it should just be, I would think, /errors/ and we'll just do since they're going to be grouped on this, you can always do status code. Now, normally I'd allow the the caller to define this. I don't really know how wise that's going to be, especially since we want to do a new that. And we can do that. And there we go. And then here, add error good.new good new source name of tdata string.empty status code view model error no, you know what, we'll force the caller to specify everything here. That's fine. That we can do. Okay, next. That's fine. Okay. And the relationships here. That's fine. So yeah, well, one of the things that we're going to try and work with, and one of the things that we're going to try and pick up on is, of course, oh yeah, the JSON API, because that's going to be on the top model document anyway. But is that meta information? Not entirely sure, so let's come back over here to this. One of the things we could do, well, we could default this, right? There we go, that's defaulted. And then we would come up here. And then we would do public JSON API. And then we could define it there, right? But that wouldn't work So we would have to do get all right. And I actually want to move these up because this isn't how I normally like to do. There we go. There we go. That's nice, isn't it? All right, let's go and segment these off into regions. Region, constructors. Properties. Region, private fields. Nice. Look at how easy that is. And then, so the next thing that we have are these add link methods. That's fine. That makes sense. Links, single or default, possible null reference. Oh. Vampire Tiger, why? Why you do this? Well, actually, I want to have it potentially be null. Okay, that's fine. If underscore data is not null, ensure. Sorry about your reactions are funny. You and Shy. I swear. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so we got that set. Now I think the next thing that we want to do with this is probably going to take a little bit of a look past here for what we were working with when it came to the iView model interface and a few things like this, right? Because the other thing to consider that we're trying to work with here is this concept of just essentially, well, one, following this standard, but two, making sure that when we do follow the standards, right, that we actually have. Also notice how it says may contain, right? It doesn't have to, so it may. These should all be nullable at the end of the day. But I'm going to include them anyway because why not? I don't really see any harm into doing it. What's in the upcoming version? All documents, members, query parameters defined, blah, 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 blah. Oh, they added some other stuff here. Parsing. Must run the URI's query string, excluding the leading question mark, through the application with one exception. Oh. Now look at this. Source, parameter, and header. Ah. Interesting, chat. Very interesting indeed. So you'll notice that things are starting to change as our models get more and more sophisticated. So maybe that is something that we want to do here, is we want to essentially go and say, hey, this is actually going to support the minimum version 1.1. And the source here is going to define a header. Gecko used gets good 10th show on Shy. Ooh. Okay. Cool. That your guess you're out to eviscerate people tonight? Yeah. Why don't we just go and actually copy in here? Just go and do that. Okay, so why aren't you showing? Pointer, parameter, header. Really? Strange. IntelliSense, why are you failing me? Why are you failing me? Oh, in any case. That's top level information. Okay, explain that to me, chat. Why does this work? All right, let's go and see if the links object has changed as well. Links. Null if the link does not exist. Within this object, a link must be represented as either a string whose value... Okay, links. Name, href. Ah, okay, so here, a link's relation type should be inferred from the name of the link unless that link is a link object and the link has a rel member. Because that's why. That makes sense. Let's go and create a new link object. And we'll call this a relation link. And this will, of course, be a public record. And this will inherit from link. Also your way of saying you have no fucking idea. String name, string href. Name href. And then a related link is a link object. A related link provides additional information, so that's going to just have must be a valid link relation type. What are you? Okay. Oh, well, these are going to be the members that we want to contain anyway. So the rel. All right, that's fine. Described by title. title, type, be there, and meta. Okay, interesting. So I guess we'll have to keep it simple, right? But chat, we're going to take an ad break. I'll see you in just a little bit. Decided we're going to go and change up some of our music. Welcome back, chat. So we're going to be picking up back onto this with kind of the idea here that we are going to essentially try and come through with our particular set of data. All right. And then the other thing that we're going to do is we're going to just essentially work with, back in our relationship links, how we had these defined. We're going to include some of the optional ideas here. We're not going to follow the entire documentation for this, but we'll go and see exactly where we can go here too. Shy won the Mario Party with 5 stars. Goddamn. Get good, Gecko. So we're going to come back over here, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the links, and then we're going to go and check out what the actual link relationship is going to be. Right? And so within that idea, we're going to go, of course, back to the upcoming version 1.1, because that's what we're going to develop against, because this is proposed here, and I think we want to do that. Also, Shimmer, to answer that question, I don't know. There's a lot of things. You can't get good. You think your brain is big enough to learn? Ha, no. Well, that's why you meme everybody, I suppose. And a link should be inferred from the name of the link unless the link is a link object and a link has a rel member. Okay. A link to a description document. Okay. String described by. So that's fine. Title. Well, that's going to be the name. All right. Because link is going to have a string pointing to a link's target. Anyway, so we got that. Type. And meta. Ooh. Hey, you did learn though, instead of saying bad bot, now you say bad crow. So points to you, Gecko. The title of the resource, the actual resource path. Thank you for shouting out the wonderful, cute Shy. The location for where the resource is described. The type information. Meta information for the link. Hey, Gecko, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. The container for information relative to a relationship. JSON API dot models. Okay, they're so cute, Shy. Okay, but your emotes got approved and you're so happy? Yeah. It looks great, Shy. Looks great. Uh-oh. Caden, did your sub to Patrick run out? Okay, so now we have the relation link. Now let's go. Since it is a type of link, it can just get added. No, you see Patsy Mo? I don't see it. You said the mega ran out. Got it. Okay, so now let's go and take a look at the top level of a document, right? A document must contain data, errors, and meta. Okay, so let's go back to the V model. Chaitra, hey, what's going on? How are we doing? Welcome on in. So it must contain errors, data, and meta. Cool, so we got that there. It may contain, right, JSON API, links, and included an array of resource objects that are related to primary data and or each other, included resources. Speed, all good. How are you doing? Just vibing, you know, trying to create a class library for the JSON API standard. How are you? Now I see the Pat emote. Maybe Pat just took away the emote. Who knows? It's also possible that the emote API failed. So let's go and take a look at this anyway, right? So we're going to define relationships here, but part of the relationships that we're also going to define is going to, of course, include the included side of things too. So as noted above, every resource object must contain a type member, right? So that is, of course, going to be a huge idea here. And part of the reason for that is, of course, to make it easier to deserialize. But the other part to it here is just this notion that it's actually not a bad idea to go and give that to somebody. All right, so we can go and do that, and we can essentially just come through and say, hey, for our particular models, right, we can just say, for example, a I entity or an I view model, right, is going to contain something along the lines of public interface. Giga, what's going on? It's been a minute. You doing all right? Public type. And then what was going to be the other thing? An ID, attributes representing some of the resource's data. Must be an object. Members of the attributes object attributes represent information about the resource object in which it's defined. Attributes may contain any valid, including complex data structures involving JSON objects and arrays. Keys that reference related resources should not appear as attributes. Instead, relationships should be used. Right. God, that's frustrating. Let's go and check out the example here. And let's go into here. So a type of view model, right, is going to have the type, the ID, and the attributes. Not really, just got back from vacation and hating everything. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So I guess what we could do is we could go and define an attribute class. Good omens to Giga. I'll get to that in a bit. So we could do this. And then we would do the name. And then we would do JSON element value. How do we do it for meta. Okay, good enough. This will do. That's a lot easier than just trying to work on that. Okay, so now that we have that, public attribute, attributes. Okay. So we got that. And then we would do iViewModel. And we would implement these. Type. Do that. JSON property name type. JSON property name attributes. Okay. Cool. I mean, essentially that's what data is, right? But we'll go and define this anyway, and then we'll go and work on what we can actually do for the attribute side of things. Anyway, we have some good omens to redeem. So, hey Giga, good to see you after a bit. I appreciate you dropping by, but you know, some good omens your way. I understand that things haven't been really the easiest for you, and you know, it's I feel for you in a lot of ways, but I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you've become a good friend to have, and also a very good member of the community, and I think you're quite an excellent person. I like your jokes, I like your humor, and I know we give each other a lot of shit, but you're welcome here, anytime, and anytime you need me, my DMs are always open, of course, and you know, sending a lot of love your way, and hopefully things do turn around and get better for you. And even if they don't, we'll love you until you can love yourself. But that's kind of the point here. And yeah, so good omens your way. Good to see you. And hopefully we can help make your day and your week a little bit better. All right. So let's see here. We have that. We have that. Maybe do JSON serializer, or actually, well, no, we'd have to serialize it by reflection, wouldn't we? So maybe this isn't the best way to go about it. Well, in any case, we have it defined here, so it's not really the worst thing to have happen, but now, in the meantime, we'll keep them. I'm not entirely sure if maybe having the attributes distinct from the data here is going to be fruitful, because we'll have to go into reflection to retrieve some of this information here, I believe. And actually, I'll just call this attributes. But we'll see how that works out. That's fine. That's fine. So we got that. We got that. You see, part of following a standard and trying to adhere to it, right, is going to be part of the difficulty with just maintaining and making sure that our particular set of information adheres to this standard relatively rigidly. The other problem with this is, of course, going to be when we actually want to go and build the parent model, which is what we're trying to do, the parent view model, from the rest of this underlying information, how do we go about doing that in such a fashion, or more accurately, how do we go about doing this in a way that we can essentially serialize everything here into this particular view model, right? Now, again, this is where part of this guidance comes into play, right? Part of the guidance that I'm speaking of here, I'm doing all right, Gecko, you know, just vibing, trying to think through some of this, trying to make sure that there's a clear level of understanding. But anyway, part of what we're experiencing here and part of what we're trying to see here is just the relationship between how we specify our attributes and the relationship with how we actually go through and make sure our particular types are just respected, right? And then we also get into other things like sorting, pagination, filtering, you know. These are, of course, going to be the next few things that we want to work with, and you know, we need to go and define these as well. So that means we're going to have to come up with a template for them. May request that an endpoint return only specific fields in response on a per type basis by including a fields type query parameter. This is going to also be particularly difficult to implement. But really the big thing that we should look at is coming back to the document structure. Right, and we need to remember that there are going to be a few core objects behind here, a few core ideas, right? One, that our particular view model, our particular JSON API view model is going to contain data, errors, and meta. Okay? So we have those three accomplished. The next thing that it's going to contain are the JSON API implementation and the links object. Included, we'll get to in a little bit, but really the important things are going to be the data, errors, meta, JSON API, and links. But links is probably going to be more important than JSON API, so I'm just listing them in the way that these things are going to do. The other thing is, of course, to remember that there's an inverse relationship between data and errors. That means that if data exists, then you cannot have errors. If errors exist, then you cannot have data, right? And so we have that defined here with a couple of our methods, but we'll get into the resources. When we go to add error, we call the ensure data has not been set and ensure the errors collection is not null. So that way we don't get a null reference exception no matter what. But really, part of the idea here is going to make sure that we remain consistent because we don't want this here, all right? And we'll go and set this and set our way of retrieving this via a particular resource issue. So that'll be something else to go and add. But really, the big deal here, and part of the big way to make sure that this actually works is, of course, to make sure that we're not setting data or we're not setting errors when the other is being set. Set metadata, I don't really know if we care too much about that, but you know, that'll be set when we need it to be set. So we'll get to that a little bit later. The other thing is, of course, we need links. Links are going to be relatively large and relatively important, and you'll see me essentially just defining a bunch of link classes that inherit off of the base link, and then when they actually go and get serialized, that will be that will be, god damn it, why am I struggling to think? That will be important later on. Okay, anyway, let's come back into the resource object, right? So resource objects appear in a JSON API document to represent resources. And a resource object must contain at least the following top-level members: an ID and a type. The ID is not required when the resource object originates at the client and represents a new resource to be created on the server. In that case, a client may include a LID to uniquely identify the resource by type locally within the document. In addition, a resource object may contain any of these top-level members: attributes, relationships, links, and meta. Okay? So what we have defined here, and actually we probably don't even need the attributes object because we're setting data, right? And data is going to contain all the attributes. So this probably can go away, but we'll keep it around just in case. But data essentially here, this set data method is actually going to set it. And then when we actually go and serialize it, well, you've seen some of the results here of our API serialization. You know, it serializes the data object. We have the relationships object as well, but this should only provide a description, right? So this is how it's going to look. I think if we want to go and do the actual attribute side of things, we could go and do reflection. And the way that would work is essentially we would come through here, right? And we would make this typed, I believe. So kind of similar to how we did the relationship over here, right? We would define the standard. And then we would do something like public class attributes of type T. Dictionary, string, JSON objects. Private. And then we would do something like public static create T data turn new data. Something along those lines, right? Now we have a static create method. And that wouldn't be serialized. So that should be fine. Right, because now this is going to be of the particular type that comes in. And then we would go over to our view model. And we would do something like private void set attributes tdata data. Attributes equals attributes dot create attributes. Creators of the Big Bang Theory. Okay. Yeah, they made the intro to the Big Bang Theory, but and a few other songs. Okay, so there's that. No, you haven't. Fair enough. Okay. So this is where we would do something ridiculous and probably actually go and define part of our reflective methods here, right? So we would do you've been half distracted. So that would be this dot and so we would do something like for each var property in type of data or data dot get type dot get properties. And property dot name property dot get value. Oops. So let's see here. Go and grab that. We'll do var property value. Well, it's property that get value. And then we'll do JSON serializer dot serialize. What the hell? Var we'll do that. Serialized property value. JSON object or JSON element. God damn it. God damn it. All right, we'll just do that, and then we'll change this to be JSON var property value equals property dot get value data. Do I need to pass this in? Okay. So this should serialize everything here based off of reflection into the actually, yeah, let's keep it at a 4 each for now. We'll worry about performance later. We just want this to work, right? And actually, now we can get rid of that and do that. There we go. That'll work. So now we have a bit of reflection here to go and get the properties and serialize them into attributes. You should get some sleep, take care, and stay safe. Everybody, good luck with coding. All right, Gecko, have a wonderful night. I appreciate you staying out here for as long as you did, and I hope you sleep well. Hopefully things are going well for you too. So I guess that works. Oh no. So now we have the attributes method, which goes and creates the attributes from the particular data, meaning that we probably don't need the data side of things. No, we do. We still need it. The value of the attributes key must be an object. An attribute's object members of the attribute represent information about the resource object in which it's defined. May contain, including complex data structures, keys that reference related resources. Shy, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. Chat, go and follow Shy. I think she's starting off streaming soon. Let's go give her a follow. She did get her emotes approved. So go check her out. Servers may allow responses that include related resources along with the requested resources, right? So you grab the base level relationships, but then you also have this included property here, right? Which would include essentially all the related underlying details. So yeah, this is where it gets a little bit complex, but also a little bit more fun to work with. You have an appointment, go sleep. Concrete example of multiple included relationships. Got it. So notice we have the type, we have the ID, we have the attributes, links, etc., right? Now, one of the things that I think what we can do with here is we could just go and move a decent amount of these properties into our interface, the iViewModel interface, and then worry about it later. Personally, it's 6 in one half, half a dozen in the other to me. Where these things go, it doesn't really matter. What matters is how we actually go and tell somebody to consume them, right? How we actually go and make sure somebody else understands how to use these. And that's where it's becoming a little bit more interesting. Okay, cool. The underlying type for a particular view model. The attributes belonging to the data present in a view model. Value. A key value pair where the key a set of key value pairs where the key is the property name and the value is the value of the property. Good enough. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, very simple, very easy to work with. So that should be relatively easy to understand and use. Now I could go forth and move all of these into the interface as well. Except for data. We'll keep data separate. That. And we'll do that. Should work. That should work. And I'm pretty sure that should work. Now you go to sleep for real. Make sure you sleep soon, Shy. Oh. So sweet of you to worry about, Shy. Okay. We got that. Got that. Interface containing top level document structure ported JSON API standard. All right, so we got that. Actually, contains top level document structures for the JSON API standard. Come back over here. We'll have this inherit doc cref view model data the underlying data supplied into the view model. Type of underlying data. Okay. Links, errors, relationships. And we set the data here. We set the metadata here. So if I do public metadata, if I do that, okay, cool. Nifty. And attributes are fine. Although really the question becomes, do I expose the attributes? And we want to do these two, of course. Or this one. Right? Because there shouldn't be any data. We're going to go and see what kind of document this will actually create when we start going to use this. Resource. Right. So we're going to go and need to create a resources file too. Okay. Got that. Resources. Add new item. Now, is it in general or is it in data? I think. There we go. Here, we'll go and do that. Cool. Then we'll come down into here. And open U of code. And we'll do view model cannot add error. And view model cannot set data property. Okay. Sure. Now then, come back into here. Value cannot add. Nice. And of course, we'll go and define these as well in other areas. Properties. Yes, it's an embedded resource. So that should be fine. And then come back over here. Resources. Resources. And we'll simplify this. Global using the omen.shared.json API.resources. Should be able to do that. There we go. Go and grab this guy. Global. Perfect. Okay. Region. Omen then usings. And region. Cool. So we got that. It's pretty nifty. Region system usings. Nice. Okay. So that's cool. If data is not null, throw new invalid operation exception. Yep. If errors is not null, throw new invalid operation exception. Yep. This is really the only two that we actually care about. And then properties. Get set attributes value. There we go. Value parameter is not used. Would it be better to do this? Damn it. Yeah. Set. Private attributes. Data attributes. Would that be better to do? And then we would do value. No. No, we want it to stay this way. Because we want that to happen. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's fine. That's actually fine. We don't really care. Okay. Well, that's simple enough, isn't it? Okay. Come in here. We do that. Come back over here. And instead, we do that. Okay. Okay. So I think that's fine. Region, private methods, and region. Public methods. And region. Chat, we're going to take an ad break in just a little bit. And during this ad break, I want you to remember to go and check out the charity Mermaids, as well as the charity Girls Who Code. Two causes that are near and dear to my heart. One of them involves getting more femme-presenting individuals into software. I highly recommend you go and check them out. They've been around for a bit. And having more people in software of all genders is good. It's a universal good because it brings a lot of different perspectives and it can increase accessibility. And then Mermaids being the trans, non-binary, and gender questioning youth charity in the United Kingdom. It's a cause that's near and dear to my heart, and I highly recommend you check them out. Anyway, I'll see you in 90 seconds. Hey, yo, I just got raided by Sabadass. What's going on, Sabadass? How's it going, Raiders? We'll return in just a moment, and then I'll get to y'all here. Shy, go and add what the bot said to my banned terms. Anyway, what's going on, Raiders? Hello there, St. James. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen. Hope you don't mind me going over view model and JSON API standards like an absolute potato. But welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Andy Alu the Crow. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. And Sabadass, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Chat, if you haven't heard of him already, go and follow Sabadass. He's a pretty wonderful streamer. Plays a lot of different games. It's actually very entertaining to watch, and also does some other things when it comes to just streaming and charity. So I highly recommend you go and check him out. Midoriya, what's going on? Sabadass, thank you so much for that $50 donation to Girls Who Code. Highly recommend you go and check out that charity as well. Can we get another shout out to Sabadass again, please, for the raid? Girls Who Code is a wonderful organization helping get more and more. Thank you, Shy. I appreciate it. Bren, what's going on? Just figured out your August charity of the month? Nice. So we're still supporting mermaids, and we're still supporting, and we are going to be supporting Girls with Code. But how was Elden Ring, bud? How'd that go for you? You doing a randomizer? What you doing in there? Had a rough start today? Gotcha. See, last time I watched you played Elden Ring, you were in an area where I knew something could happen, but I did my best not to say anything because I think one of the better items in the game is also in that area. So. Anyway, chat, one of the things that we're trying to do here is we're trying to build up, essentially, to this idea of following a strict standard called JSON API, right? And so this is a particular hypermedia style standard, and you are also a nooblet with both a display capture and game capture on in Streamlabs, so there was that. Well, that's also why I just use regular OBS instead of Streamlabs now. And have been for a while. Never regretted the switch. Highly recommend you do it too. Streamlabs is kind of monk-esque. But anyway, so we're trying to create a .NET interpretation or a C# interpretation of this particular specification at version 1.1. And since this is an append-only document, it will... when do we get to the TypeScript? Listen, I don't want to hear about TypeScript, alright? Not in this chat, okay? God damn it. TypeScript doesn't belong here. Also, again, St. James, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Omen Den. So, one of the things that we're going to want to do is, of course, go and work with things like this. Sibilus, welcome on into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your follower emotes, and I hope you enjoy your, well, I hope you don't mind me coding like an absolute potato, really. And forgetting how to greet people like an absolute potato. You switched for a while and just couldn't hang with OBS? Ooh. There are so many good extensions there, though. Oh well, no biggie. So yeah, this is kind of what we're going along with. And this is kind of the idea here, is that we're just defining this particular style and trying to get our code here to work out in the way that we want it to, right? And so part of that is going to be making sure that we can stream results back to the API, and you'll see that they actually have a definition here for that. You imagine part of it was your lack of time to convert a bunch of stuff over to stream elements? Well, they have an auto importer now, which is cool. I can walk you through that someday. But one of the cool things here, and this is something that we're actually working on, is of course going to be how we're retrieving our data and how we're actually working with our particular data. And the other thing is, of course, differentiating between keywords of must, may, and must not, right? because there are going to be... Yeah. And then, of course, there are other more complicated things you can do. One of the other things that we're going to do here is essentially we're trying to build this very robust library that, you know, works very well across our shared namespaces and might work for somebody else should they choose to implement it, while also making sure we keep it as lean as possible with as minimal dependencies as possible. And then what we're going to try and do a little later on is we're going to try and create a way for this library to create a set of minimal APIs based off of whatever view models you go and create, right? And so to do that, we're going to use C#'s relatively newish, or .NET's relatively newish short source generators. And source generators are essentially code that enables itself to write more code based off of the patterns that you supply. So we're going to try and see if we can use that to write a set of minimal APIs instead of full-blown controllers, although we could do controllers, but I think minimal APIs have a little bit better performance. We're going to try and get it to the point where all you have to do is essentially say, hey, I want this particular class to be a view model or a view model collection, and then boom, you get the endpoints automatically generated to you from this library source generators. So that's going to be kind of the focus of this library, is to focus on a JSON API standard and then eventually come up with source generators that will write your endpoints for you. Is it going to be easy? Hell no. Is it going to be fun? Absolutely. It's a challenge, and I like challenges, right? So yeah, we're trying to make sure things are encompassed well and trying to make sure that we have a pretty decent understanding of how things are going to go. We're going to define some more resources here as well as time goes on and as we see a little bit of necessity for it. Miss Rockin' Tooth, how's it going? Programming's going well, you know, we're just vibing. Just vibing, creating a new class library that hopefully will help us streamline some of our other WebAssembly projects, especially when it comes to creating some of our Shopify extensions. So we'll see how this works out. Anyway, so with that in mind, one of the other things that I think we want to consider is, again, the importance here is going to be as few dependencies as possible, right? So we're using just basically the idea that we're following here, and this is going to be important too, is that we are working very slim. Okay, our library, our goal is to keep this library as slim and as free of bloat as possible. Meaning that we have a strict stick to zero dependencies if possible. Now, is that always going to be the case? No, and you know, you'll see that some of our things, like our shared library, has a particular inheritance space, not inheritance space, has a particular heavy amount of dependencies. But, hey, you know what? Still hit the verified status on GitHub. Hey. Anyway. So coming back to this, one of the things that we've been working on is this idea of attributes, right? And so attributes are underneath a particular view model. And so here what we have in this view model, you'll notice that it's a strongly typed view model, right? In other words, it contains T-data as a type, right? But you'll also notice that we have this attributes field here, right? This private attributes field that contains some of the data that will fall under T-data. Now, what does T-data provide? Well, T-data right now in the properties quite literally just provides a way for us to have our regular data property exposed. But I'm thinking that what we don't want is we don't want this particular data property exposed. Instead, I'm wagering that when we go and we take a look at a resource, okay, the top level data object contains everything relevant to that particular object, but it doesn't contain the data itself. Instead, it contains the type and the attributes dictionary underneath, or the attributes object, which is what we're trying to define here. So, with that in mind, we're going to try and eliminate this data object, and instead, we're going to replace it with the parent level data. So, we're going to go into our models, and we're going to go into here, and we're just going to define a simple record, and we're just going to call this data. All right. And all this record is going to contain, pretty simple, and not an internal class, but an internal record, because we want it to be immutable. This is going to contain an data of type T. And this is going to contain a type and attributes of type T. Attributes. Okay. I'll make this a public record. So now this contains a type, and that's just going to be type of T. Okay, we'll do this in alphabetical order. Actually, just do this. And we'll do this. And we'll do that. And we'll do that. Okay. And then we'll do this. And in here, we'll go and grab we have in here all right, so we've got that. Yeah, attributes equals that. Public attributes of T. There we go. Good enough. So we create that. That's fine. There we go. So that should be fine. Okay. So then we come back over here. And we get rid of this. Data. Let's go to top level. Data, errors, meta. Okay. So data, type, ID. Cool. So we got that. So we can do that. We can do that. Data of type T data. Okay. So then we can do that. Oh. Now that's the interesting part. So in order to get the type back out, one of the things we could do, we could do public T value get JSON ignore. Okay, value equals data. And then come over here, data.value. That was strange. Okay, so now we got that. Meaning we can actually go and get rid of you. And we can get rid of you. And now we have data, links, errors, and relationships. So these are all the top level objects. So set data. We do that. I guess it doesn't hurt to do this, right? Although this is the relatively... sure, errors has not been set. Errors is not null. Yeah, it's fine. Might be a little safer to do it this way. Nah, you know what? Screw it. We'll just do new here. Why not? That's fine. Who cares? Okay, so we're good there. iView model. We will take this And we will go over here. And we will do this. The underlying type. Value. The preserved entity value. Ignored during JSON serialization. Oh shit. Okay. So we can get rid of you. And we can put you here. Okay. And instead, we can do public. No, we can't. That's fine, though. Don't really care. Okay, so now we have that over here. This has been taken care of. So now we're going to do JSON property name. Attributes. JSON property name. Type. All right, friends, time for you to head off to bed. Catch y'all later. Good night. Have a wonderful night, Sabadass. Thanks again for the raid and chat. Once again, go and follow Sabadass if you haven't given him a follow already. He's a pretty awesome dude. Good friend to have. And I highly, highly, highly recommend you go and check out some of his playthroughs. He also does a lot of charity streaming as well. Let's go and check those out too when you can. And again, thank you so much for the $50 donation to Girls Who Code. That's huge. That'll make the difference in somebody's life. And again, chat, getting more women and more femme-presenting people and just more genders in general, all genders, into software is a good thing. It is an objective good, in my opinion. The more representation you can have in software, the more accessible your software will become. That's just a fact. Okay? The more gender, the more race, ethnicity, cultures, etc. that we can have in software will make our software more robust, more worldly, and more accessible. Keep that in mind and keep coding. Oh, this is interesting, right? Okay, let's come back over here. How did we want to handle this? Right, because we have this here. It's fine, I don't really care. We have this here. Just gonna get rid of the default constructor for now. We'll keep that simple and lightweight. Links, errors, relationships, data. How do we want to work with this, right? Because T data isn't going to be it. Instead, it's going to be a data object, right? So this would be data of T data, right? And get would just be data. Right? Okay. Sure, we can manipulate things as we want. We are creating a library after all, right? At least now it's a data object, so that should be fine. These should be fine. Links, errors, relationships, data, meta. These are all nice to have. Did we need... What else did we need here? Top level data errors, JSON API. There we go. Did we have that included somewhere? There's relationships, meta. JSON property name. JSON API. Public JSON API. JSON API was new. Okay. What? Where is this used? God damn it. That's fine. Cool. That's fine. How is this defined? JSON API, so all lowercase? Sure. No camel case, that's fine. So we got that. Nifty. Links. Yeah. Included. We don't have this just yet, but we'll go and get that at some point, right? And then links, we'll have to go and define some of the rest of this here. Single resource object, an array of resource objects. Sure, that's going to be the view model collection. So that's fine. And the values of the ID type, and LID members must be strings. Well, we'll get to that. You know, we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge in a moment. All right. It's not that hard to go out and just do something like string type of T, name. Now it's not that hard to do. Now that we've abstracted it away, it's fine. The underlying type, introduce belonging to the data present. See, easy. What's going to be hard is we have to make sure that T has an ID. Now, whether the ID is a GUID or an integer, it has to have some sort of ID, right? So if we go and take a look at this complete example here, right, we'll see that the data array has an object with a type and ID, attributes, links, relationships, and then those relationships is this the whole object? Author, links, data, okay, you know what? We're just gonna copy this whole damn thing from the top all the way down. Whoopsie! I don't know why I didn't just do this in the first place, because this would help us understand a little bit better, wouldn't it? There we go. Okay, so that did have the upper level. Yeah, whoopsie. Okay, cool. So that's going to be the data itself, and the data is an array, but really the whole point here and what we're dealing with here is we're going to be trying to work with just this particular single instance of data, right? Type, ID, attributes, links, relationships. Okay, we're not going to worry about the included side of things yet, but this is what we're going to work with here. Okay, and I think just based off of what we have now, data, relationships, errors, links, meta, and JSON API, we have that. Okay, that's pretty nice. Otherwise, we can always just go and define things later. But if we want to go and produce this in an endpoint, I think we would see that what we have is we have this particular object created successfully. And the only thing left to do is to start working on the collection side, right? Because if it works, then we've just made a pretty awesome contribution. Because again, you know, Alu no yawning, go to bed. I yawn a lot, Shy. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. I gotta clean my house a little bit too. So yeah, this is kind of what we're working on. I think we have a lot of the stuff here pretty well defined. Now the only thing that is going to be left is going to work with validation, one. So we need to go and validate these models and make sure that when they're created accurately. Two, it's going to be essentially the actual relationship between these particular models and how we want to handle loading data. And then three, the services scoped around these models, right? Because what good is just this particular set of classes if we can't, you know, go and actually define a set of service methods around it? So we need to go and figure this out on multiple levels. And I think that's what we're going to try and do shortly. Let's go and double check something real quick though. Okay, so pagination links, right. So this is going to be something that we have to generate too. And I believe that is a must. So let's go and check out pagination. The following keys must be used for pagination. first, last, previous, and next. Okay. So how do we want to handle this chat? Because they're just regular links, right? But we could... Oh, Keo, what's going on? How are you doing? Good to see you. Can we get a shout out to Keo, please? Let's think about it this way, chat. When it comes to pagination, right? Pagination is the idea of being able to page through results. When we go and want to do this, we're going to, of course, want to provide some sort of paging apparatus, some sort of paging algorithm to work with this, right? And so you'll see that this is where things like the page list implementation will come in, and the chunk implementation will come in, and then eventually things along the lines of essentially these other concepts that are, well, distinctly related. Chunk, C-H-U-N-K. So, let's see here. What is this? Right, and then this is going to be the other thing that we have to do. Of course, Keel. Happy to help follow you. Okay, so this is going to be a bigger thing too that we're going to have to work with, is the API stuff for the action filters and things like that, because that's going to be pretty important. No. Where the hell is it? There is something of particular importance that we're missing here, and I'm wondering if I'm going to have to go to Azure DevOps to go and retrieve it, because it is actually quite important to us to have, and it's more... It has to deal with how we want to go and actually construct these view models. So let's go to Azure DevOps. Okay. And we'll see Microsoft yell at me. Go on this one. Hooray, two-factor off. Let's go, baby. Ah. God damn it. I might have just lost all my code there. That's fine. I have it elsewhere. That's chat. That's my whole name. God damn. Isn't that crazy, chat? Isn't that nuts? That my whole name might just be up there? Isn't that something else? Oh, this is... This is fine. It's not like it's published every goddamn place. I'm not mad. Alright, where the hell did I put this? Are you here? No. Am I really a one-trick pony, chat? I think I am. Kathy. What's going on, Kathy? How are we doing? Have you never heard of that expression? Oh, right. This is back when I did Angular development. God damn it. Where the hell would I have put it? Oh, so no, you'd never heard of that expression. Ah, okay. No. I suggest you familiarize yourself with it. Is this still available? Hog. Hey. That's pretty nice. System usings. It's actually a pretty old expression, Kathy. But how are you doing tonight? You're good, just vibing? Right on, right on. Vibing is good. We're vibing over here too, yo. We're just vibing along quite nicely. And we're just figuring out some stuff to essentially go and work with, and trying to make sure that our particular set of information is relevant and cohesive. Okay. Come back over here. And we'll go down to... That's fine, that's fine. What the hell is this? God damn, man. It's like I can only define one thing. Lol. It really is like that, you know? That's so silly on my hand. I already did the fillers. Where the hell is it? If T data, yada yada yada, return error. Wow. Some days you just look back at the shit you've written and you go, okay, I've done that before like 80 times. Imagine being able to define more than one thing at once. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, well. Okay, so we come back over here. Startup database. Oh, right. So we have the action state. We have the view models. What else do we need? What was going to be so important, chat? Chat, what was I going to do? That was so important. So you adore the fact that this fabric marker you've been using disappears upon being exposed to water? That's your job? There's something in particular, and I can't remember what it is for the life of me. There was something that I needed to do with the particular view model and view model collections. We'll keep that like that. So all you have to do is you just squirt bottle on it and the blue disappears. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we want to expose the async enumerable enumerator here. Right. And so in order to do that, I have to do this. Data value that get async enumerator. Okay. So now this can have an await for each attached to it. So that's fine. That's actually pretty useful. That might be it, chat. And then we might be able to get away with doing public enumerator T get enumerator return data dot value dot get enumerator. Might be able to do that. Yeah. Cool. And now we'd be able to iterate through a regular collection. Okay. Okay. That'll work. So now that's exposed. Enumerable view model of T. Enumerable. Get enumerator. Okay. So that's fine. And over here. Oh. Ball. Nice. Okay, so we were already implementing that. Cool. So now this should be able to be iterated with a for each. This should be able to be iterated with a wait for each. Perfect. These should be fine. So we got that there. Okay. So now we should do validations. Model state filter. Actually, before we do that, we'll add we'll add a separate one, and we'll just call this one filters. And we'll do this here as a model state action filter. Okay, and we'll come back over here. And we'll go into here, filters. And we'll grab this. Okay. This will be fine. Action executed context, right? So where is this going to be from? Newtonsoft, system.net, system.net.mime, and ASP.NET Core.mvc. Using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core. Okay. We won't be able to. Well, wait, we have that. Okay. Let's go and check out NuGet packages, right? So maybe that's something else that we can go and check. I action state. Okay. ASP.NET Core dot filters. Oh man, that really explodes our dependency list, doesn't it? What is this called? Action filter? Action filters, CSharp, .NET 6. Let's go and check this out. Using an action filter, blah, 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 using system.web.mvc. That's a log action filter. Okay. System.net.m. Wait, what? Oh, system.web. All right. What? Okay, let's go and check this out then. System.web.mvc. Does this even exist? Okay, so it has the action filter attribute. But action filter. What is this? Oh, and an ad break coming up soon too. Nice. Oh, well, I guess it's here. Microsoft ASP.NET Core.mvc.filters. Yeah. I hate it. That's fine. We'll install both of these. And then chat, we'll take ad break. But before we go on the ad break, chat, I want you to go on to Steam and go wishlist this game by Glasswill called The Tale of Greenbrier. Glasswill is a well-cherished friend and generous individual in many communities. He's been working really hard on this game. So during the break, I highly recommend you go and check out this game. It looks awesome. I'll see you in 90 seconds. And we are back, chat. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going through and making sure that we have some alternatives defined here for our particular context here. Notice I'm getting rid of the else keyword, and I'm just, working through this and trying to get some of our common HTTP methods here. There's bound to be some things that we want to go and catch, and bound to be some things that we want to essentially just break out, right? Of course, I don't want to use Newtonsoft. Get that shit out of here. Instead of doing this, we'll do JSON serializer. That's serialize. JSON serializer options. Reference handler equals reference handler dot ignore cycles. Okay. Bad request, return results, media type names, application.json, new content result. That's fine. Content equals content. Yep. Okay, cool. Var result equals new bad request result. Yep. And let's see here. What are some other results that we can take from here, right? So, deleting resources, responses, 200, 202, 204, 404 not found if a deletion request fails due to a resource not existing. Var results equals new not found result. Filter context dot. God damn it. Result. All right. And essentially, we go and copy this. All right. And now, updating relationships. A server must respond to patch request. It's updated successfully. Right. Return an appropriate error response if resources, or return a 403 forbidden if the replacement is not allowed by the server. Helps avoid pointless. Okay. So we'll do forbidden for both of these. And actually, that will allow us to do this. Actually, really, probably should be doing it like this, shouldn't we? Oh, wait a minute. So we don't really care about the content. But we want this. Okay. All right, bad request is 400. Status code. Forbidden. Not found. Bad request. Not found. Okay. And then the post. Creating, updating, and deleting. Does this not have an unsupported request? Sure. Responses 201 created, right? Accepted, no content. Forbidden, not found. Conflict. So if the ID exists on the object, yeah, you know what? We'll just keep it like this. Heck. It's fine. So we have that there, right? Updating. A resource can be updated by sending a patch request. That represents the resource. The URL can be obtained in the self link. When a get returns a single resource object, the same URL can be used for updates, right? The patch request must include a single resource object as primary data. Right. Likewise. 200, okay. Accepted, no content, forbidden. All right, that's going to be on a delete. Okay. So delete's going to be 404 not found. Post put patch is going to just do forbid. And then this should be fine. Okay. Okay. So that should be fine. And then the remainder of this is now just going to fall under our validations, right? Because we want to be able to validate some of these things across the standards to make sure that they are, well followed. So here's where some of the difficulty will come into and some of the more complex things. You'll notice Now, really, the only bit of async code we have is in this view model stream, right? And we don't even have anything strictly asynchronous. We just have something that implements the iasync enumerable interface and the iasync enumerator. It exposes an iasync enumerator, right? So that's something to keep in mind. A streamable collection of view models. The underlying data type. Inherent doc, cref, isync enumerable of t. Yep. A collection of view models to be returned as a single response. Inherit doc, cref, enumerable. There we go. The underlying data type. Cool. Nice. Okay. So that makes sense. That works. And let's come back over into here. Okay, that's fine. You know, we don't really need this anymore. We don't need this strict definition. We don't need the strict to string either because we're doing it as a record type. Other things to consider. Let's go and check out what we had in the startup class because maybe there's something else that we can go and apply and grab. Okay, so that's how I registered a filter. Okay. So, if we want to do this now by adding extensions, oops. Dependency injection. Service collection extensions. Public, static. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Public, static, service collection. Add JSON API filters. SI service collection services. Return services. Services dot add where the hell is this coming from? Shit. course it's coming from there. Add controllers, options.filters.add. Options.filters.add CSharp. Are not supported in Blazor pages. Oh. Well, yeah, this is on an API. Okay. That's not what I want to do. I want to go and register these. Services.add controllers with views. Gonna head to bed. All right, Caden. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you, and I hope you sleep well. All right, let's go and see. Where the hell is this coming from? ASP.core.hosting. Services.add controllers.net core. Most lightweight to the most heavy, right? I don't care what namespace is that from. Hurry up. God damn it. Finally. Sheesh. Extensions.dependency injection. Okay. Okay. What the hell? Oh. Wait. What? God damn it. I probably have to add it anyway. Using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.MVC. Microsoft.ASP.NET Core. Web utilities. Huh. What the fuck? Okay. Services dot add MVC. Huh? Huh. Well, that seems dumb. Add MVC core. Add MVC versus add MVC core. No, well, that's fine. Well, is it fine? It's fine. Who cares? Registers are filters dot then the application the provided service collection returns the service collection for further chaining. Cool. We got that. That's fine. Come up here. Global using the OMNN.shared.json API.filters. That's an F. That'll go up first. Come back over here. That's fine. So much dependency. Sills, what's going on? How are we doing? Oh, we're just vibing, you know, making another class library. That's about it. You know, trying to make sure we're doing things right. Because part of what we want to make sure that we do here is validate our model state actions, and then we also want to make sure this will actually work in a particular setting. Which will be a little bit difficult, but Really, we also need to make sure that our other validations are in place. And again, I don't want to rely on Newtonsoft, but there are a few things we need to consider when working with this, and maybe the filter here isn't the best place, right? Well, no, because it does define how we want to handle each of our particular methods, so that'll be fine. And allowing us to return a custom result for each and a custom operation for each, which is also good. And we register the filters, and the filters will return that. And since this is most likely not going to be used in a Blazor app, but rather in an API, that should work out quite well for us in that sense, right? Because if it's going to be used in an API, we're going to encounter controllers or some sort of micro API or mini API. So I guess we can go and check that out too. Mini API filters, CSharp. Okay, so we got that. You can try to create custom middleware. That's right, but I thought minimal APIs couldn't use custom middleware, but maybe they can, and I'm just sorely mistaken. Oh no. Well. Live creations. What's going on? How is else a scam? It's an anti-pattern. Using the else keyword is an unnecessary evil in a lot of circumstances. So I see it as a scam. Get rid of it. Because switch? Well, switch does help condense some things, but no. Switch also has its own problems. Also has something to do with the fact that I don't really enjoy branched programming. Trying to code over that concept, but I digress. God damn. You know, at least on the other hand, though, that a lot of these concepts should be relatively useful. Teach you? Well, part of it's going to just be simply not coding in conditional methods, right? Which is easier said than done, because we're always going to have conditions. Am I ready for Mario Party Saturday? Yeah, AG, what's going on? How are we doing? Incredibly ready. Excited. So we have that. That's fine. Have the resources. Now that's left is validations. How do we want to work with validations here? Right? What are we trying to validate when it comes to a view model or when it comes to a link or, you know, when it comes to really anything? And how do we want to do that? You suppose it depends on the circumstances, but in a significant amount of cases, is it even possible to get rid of conditional branches? Yeah. Yes, it is. It's just another problem set to go after. Of course, obviously, there are going to be exceptions to the rule. And it is wrong to take a relatively dogmatic approach to certain things. And, you know, the else keyword is one of them. Obviously, there are going to be things in, for example, web development on the HTML side, or on the, like, if you're developing with Angular, that going through and using else here and there isn't going to, if you don't use it, it'll involve unpredictable consequences. You know, it's not a hard set and true rule, but overall, I do find else to be more of a scam, and it does create a little bit more problems for me. So I tend to do my best to avoid it. So let's see here. We need validations, right? And I would suppose that part of the validations that we would look for would involve the individual properties on errors, on links. And I'd hate to use fluent validations for this, but that might just be something that we need to do to kind of... You're not advanced enough? No. It just, you know, these things come and go. And there are certain bits of, you know, just being around and reading through things. And again, at the end of the day, what matters is your code readable and is your code maintainable? And for me, the way I see it is that else reduces both of those concepts. Because you should just be able to clear cut, you know, if there is a condition, there should be one route through that condition. But Switch doesn't. No, Switch does too. Switch has a lot of clouded judgments as well. Here, this control flow is relatively confusing. It's going to be non-maintainable. However, we do have a certain amount of conditions that we actually have to work with in order to get this done. So, if we wanted to avoid this, there would be most likely a way to refactor it in such a fashion that we could avoid the switch statement overall and just keep the single if statement and then just have this work out the way we want it to, probably mapping it to a dictionary and then doing a try get based on each of the cases here. And so that would look something pretty similar to something along the lines of just having a particular action in a string comparison. So it would be something like private, static, dictionary, string, action, string, and string compare dot ordinal lowercase actually method map was new. String comparison dot ordinal ignore case. And then we would define it down here. And then we would do delete. How the hell? God damn it. I've done this before, and I keep forgetting how to do it every goddamn time. Alright, let's go and take this out for the moment. New dictionary. String. Action. Okay, so... let's see. What is this called? Dictionary of string and action? What is that particular pattern called? Have I done this somewhere? I swear I did this somewhere. Where did I do this, chat? Does anybody remember? I do it in here on one of these pages because I thought I was clever. I probably would have done it on the... What the hell is it? Here. Yeah, I did do it here. Okay. Yeah, I did something similar here. That's right. Dictionary of action, C#. Dictionary, action, string, int. Okay. Action, string. There we go. That'll work. String, comparison, dot ordinal. Ignore case. Is your first time seeing a dictionary? Oh, you're in for a treat. And then we would do all of this within that. Yeah, I mean, you know, the O1 retrieval is nice, right? But High quality compare. Oh, is that it? God damn it. Okay. So, essentially what we are going to be doing is just setting it up like this. Does this really save us any time? Maybe, maybe not. But hey. That's just a theory. A developer theory. And thanks for watching. Okay. So, maybe if it were done more often, then you're dealing with another problem. Okay, so let's see here. There is no argument that corresponds to a formal parameter value. God damn it. Easy to remember or whatnot? Yeah. That's true. That's why I don't do it very often, except when I do. Stuff gets quicker the more you do it. Yeah. Also, hopefully you break out of the complexity too, right? Action, executed context. Vampire, enjoy your lurk. Okay, so what is the error here? There's no argument that corresponds to the required form or parameter value of... Huh? No. That is vacuously true. I can have a relatively low to no level of understanding of a programming concept, but the concept itself can exist as an independently easy idea. Does that make sense? Okay. You don't know? Fair enough. Okay, let's just start from scratch here. S for string. And then filter context. In method add has 2 parameters, but is invoked with 1 argument. What do you mean? Key value pair, string action, action string. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Oh my god. Terminology isn't your strong suit. You often have to translate information to a way you understand it better and therefore have trouble explaining it. That's fair. Terminology is not the end all be all either, right? Hmm. Hmm. Let's try and not be clever then. Method mapping dot add delete no. I hate it so much. You've been reading some not so nice things and some nice things. It's a mixed bag, right? Okay. So pretty much this is essentially what we would do. Shoot. What is your question? Is a dictionary supposed to be easier to read? Well, that's why I said this isn't something I do very often. Because is it for me that's easier to read? No. But the principle is, and the idea is, all right, this is literally the same thing. Okay. Whew. So now we have that. We can get rid of that. Some days, man. I keep trying to cheat the system, and the system's like, no, you can't do it. Okay, whatever. Whatever. It's almost 3 in the morning. This is fine. Anyway, what we would do is we would return method mapping try get value. Filter context dot HTTP context. What the hell did I even have in here before? God damn, dude. I had HTTP context dot request dot method. Let's see. Oh. There you go. It's not. I mean, it is and it isn't. But now we avoid the switch statement. And realistically, would I ever actually want to do this? No. And look at how much effort I just went through and how much shit I had to respond to. And we still aren't done, right? All right, we still aren't done because we have to figure out what this will actually return in order to get default, which is why well, I'll go over this when we come back from the last ad break. I will see you in 90 seconds, chat. I'm silly. I forgot. That takes care of that. Takes care of that. Is the dictionary more performant? Technically. Technically it is. You know, O1 lookups are always nice. But you're still evaluating the function within them, so, you know, depends on how your function does in between. And you're still trying to allocate this space over time, right? So there's that. Suppose the other side of this would be, why would I do it this way when I can literally just do try get O1 lookups? Yeah, look in the big O notation. Method mapping, that try get value. Filter context at http context.request.method al var action. There we go. Rather than trying to guess what it'll be named, we can just put in what we know. And there we go. Cool. That solved that issue. Okay. Cool. There you go. Now it's been mapped with a dictionary. And so we got rid of the switch statement. We had another if, but this if is actually not a bad idea. You know, and then we just add the return statement to the end of the if, and we execute the action. We'll just do filter context action. Okay. So if the model state isn't valid, we do nothing. If the method mapping contains the particular HTTP method that we use, then we execute the action on that context. And if it doesn't, then we serialize, add content, and then return the result. So there we go. Not the best method I've ever written, not the worst. Is it going to be more performant? I mean, maybe. I don't really know, don't really care. I'm just glad that it's done. But this is one way to go about cleaning up some of your conditionals, is to replace it with a particular data structure and use that kind of strategy, right? Is it a particularly good idea? 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. I mean, again, it comes down to maintainability, extensibility, and readability, right? And not necessarily in that order. Is this readable? No. Is this extensible? Yeah, because then you just add another entry to the dictionary and not really care, as long as it's not your default case. Is it maintainable? Yeah, moderately. So, you know, it's up to you. I don't know. I don't particularly like out in my methods, but, you know, sometimes it's not avoidable. But hey, you know what? This method has now. Here's the other problem with doing something like this, as opposed to just taking care of it with like a switch statement and things like that. you open up these exit points in your method, so you can actually lose a little bit of control into how you'd expect it to behave. I'm not saying this happens all the time, but you can lose a little bit of track with these things, and this is something more of what you'd see in a unmanaged language like C++, right? Where if you have multiple exits to a method, you don't know exactly what's going to be happening to the memory outside of there. Here, I'd say we're relatively safe, but to me, in my relatively weak opinion, this is kind of terrifying. So, I don't know, not something I would recommend doing overall. But hey, you know, did get a cool thing done with this, and that's actually pretty neat. Because look, it did actually clear up this method, and it did clear up a lot of stuff here. So it all depends. It all depends on what you're looking for. Now, obviously, I don't feel comfortable enough to release this without having a test app to demo it. Not going to do some unit tests, because goddamn do I hate unit tests. I don't want to do them. But I think we have pretty much everything stabled out here. The only thing now that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to define some validations here, right? So all but the error classes should be validated, I would think. So we should probably do something like view model validation. It turns the text gray? Yeah, because I have what's called regions defined. All right, so if you have XML comments, it'll turn it gray and just display the summary. If you have regions defined in your code, it will keep the region area that you have defined. So, for example, if we go and look at the view model, right, I have these region pragmas defined, right? And so that's just kind of a easy way for me to keep things relatively organized. So I know exactly what goes where when I try and make updates to particular classes, services, etc. So if I'm going to add a new type of constructor, I can just pop them in the constructor region. Is that something extra to turn on? I guess it depends on your IDE. In Visual Studio, it's enabled by default. I don't know about others. I think it's also enabled in Visual Studio Code. It's definitely a language feature. So I like it because, again, you know, keeps things nice and organized. So when I actually come through here in the future to go and edit things, if it's closed, then I can just go and read it. If it's on GitHub, then I know the section that I'm reading through. So that works out for me. Your mileage may vary. Oh. Time is it? 4:14? Okay. Not bad. Ah, shit, I had to get up early. It looked nice, so you were thinking maybe you'd look it up? Yeah. I think regions are in a pretty decent amount of languages now, so I would definitely give it a check. I think it's worth it. And then, of course, XML documentation is nice, and since we're building a class library, I think it's a good idea to have to capture the intent of what we're doing. I feel like part of the problem that we're going to see here, though, is you'll get people who, right, subscribe to the idea of clean code and clean architecture, which is fair. I like that idea. I subscribe to it as well. But then they'll go into a rant about self-documenting code and how you shouldn't really have documentation that doesn't really serve a purpose, right? But for me, on the accessibility side of things, and also just because of who I am, I'm not going to remember what each individual thing does in a particular library, right? And the reason is simply because of the way my brain works, right? I barely remember what color socks I have on or if I'm wearing them at all. So let alone trying to figure out what kind of decisions I was making when I was coding. Even if I rewatch a video, I'll still go, what the hell was I thinking? You know, so I try and capture my intent as much as possible, or to the best of my ability, right? So the value we want to serialize into the top level. The underlying type we're working with. Holds information regarding the data we want to expose in an API view model. So particularly, I think it's important to have pretty good documentation here. Got regions to work, thank you. Oh, I'm glad. Value. The actual value provided by good enough. So yeah, that's kind of the idea here, is that we're still just trying to work with and trying to understand what we're doing here and how we're following the JSON API standard, right? And so by doing that, we're trying to make sure that our particular validations, our particular ideas, and our particular templating essentially follows through. And so that's going to be the next thing that we work on here, is defining a list of templates that we can use to pretty much just start applying and start creating source generation around here too. You like the idea of comments and summaries in your own code? Sometimes you even leave in stuff that didn't work in a way I just commented out, but explain why it didn't work for yourself mostly. Yeah, I try and not leave comments unless it's on a particularly confusing algorithm, but things like this, where it's XML documentation that shows up in IntelliSense, is invaluable to me. I don't like leaving in commented out code, because then it just confuses me as to, like, why the hell is it there? But, you know, it's, neither here nor there. Okay, so yeah. I think next time what we're going to do is we're going to define a set of invariant templates, and we are going to... Here, let's bring over to this screen since we're ending. What we're going to do is we are going to define a set of invariant templates that we can use in our source generators, and then we're actually going to go in and define our source generators next time, right? I think we have a few things left to do on the view model side of things, just to make sure that, you know, they're stamped out and they work appropriately. And then we can actually go forth and check out some more validations. We'll build our own, maybe a Fluent validation engine, but we'll see. Part of the other thing here, and part of the advantage of as to what we're doing, is, of course, this is a completely in-house development, and two, you know, we have full control from the top down here of what we want to include, how we want to include it, and how we want it to look when we're finally done. The other thing that we're going to have here is, of course, just a much better outlook for when we want to actually go and make our APIs, and we want to actually go and make calls to the APIs that actually subscribe to a standard similar to this or exactly like this, right? So, to make a long story short, we still have some work to do, but because we're verified on GitHub and we're coming close to being verified on LinkedIn, thank you all, by the way, for doing all that for me, and thank you for helping me reach over 800 followers. I really appreciate it. This community means the world to me, and seriously, thank you. We will be able to go through and conquer a lot more of this, and we'll be able to get our second NuGet package out of the way. Our first one is almost at 300 downloads, by the way. So hopefully this one will see the same amount of use. And yeah, that's kind of the idea. But right now we are going to start prepping to get on out of here, chat. I'm gonna go and look for... Okay, cool. He's still left. So what we're going to do is we are going to go and raid Garuku Blue Moon, because we haven't gotten to raid him in a while, and he raided us not too long ago. But anyway, chat, thank you so much for joining me tonight. Really appreciate it. I'm glad we got so much work done. I'm going to go and commit this off, and I'm going to get out and go to bed. But we're going to go and raid Gar. If you haven't been part of one of my raids before, the raid message I like to use is the Comfy Caw raid with any sort of love, comfort, or pride emotes that might follow. I typically use a blankies emote. And the reason for that is because we want to spread love, comfort, and pride wherever we go. Check out Girls Who Code, check out Mermaids, and check out Glasswill's game. And of course, just like always, I've been Alu, and from the Omen Den, I'll see you next time.